There we go. Now I got my microphone working. Well, it was working. I just didn't want to interrupt a lot of the song. There we go. Ah, I gotta change the stream name. It's no longer St. Patrick's Day. In theory, going to early access this year. Nice. There's all sorts of drama with the studio and OGS and creators. Yeah, I heard all about the drama last night. But the game is chugging along. That's good. We were watching a video. The commissar and I were watching a video about it yesterday, actually. Um, the drama's been insane, and like the craziest part was that uh, they were watching. Sorry, they were having the CEO use ChatGPT to like generate like how do I tear this company apart to make the most money. Also, Teb, thank you for like 15 streams in a row. That's awesome. I'm just letting the song right out, and then we'll be able to jump right into it. You know what I forgot to do yesterday? I ended up getting busy after my appointment, and I forgot to take the progress pictures. So I ended up just like so busy. So like I got done my appointment at like three. Well, I got there at 3:30, and I got out at like almost 5 o'clock, and then I had to go pick up the commissar. I didn't get home till like 9 p.m. last night. Chalupa Madman, what's going on, man? How's it going? Big chillin' Chalupa BT. How's your day going, man? Nice. Congrats on that. I uh I haven't done therapy in about 2 years. I'll talk about that once we get into it. She's more annoying than helpful. Yeah, well, that's unfortunately how therapy works. Well, that's how you know it's working well is when you find you're annoyed the most. Um, Sorry to come from such a relaxing space into deathcore. Unless you find this more relaxing, in which case, power to you. I remember going through therapy, and I had my minis are coming Friday. Hell yes, dude. Fuck yeah. I have not ordered minis yet either myself. Um, I'm waiting for the for 11th edition to drop, so I can put some cash towards it. Just because I've never pre-ordered minis before, so I'm super excited. Although I did prime off stream, I did prime some. Oops, I did, I primed some spell lore for my AOS stuff. Um, Maybe we'll do some of that soon, but it won't be too soon because this Friday is our orc stream, which I still need to put an announcement for and a couple other things, but um, that'll be Friday, and that's gonna be a long time. So maybe we'll paint some during there. Ah, there's the music, which means it's time for desk cam. Oh, look at that, and the light, just like that. Um, yeah, I'll talk about my therapy here real quick, just before we get into what we're doing today. So, I used to take therapy sessions. Um, here was the funny thing. So, I went into the idea that like therapy was going to be like they're going to help me work through things. I'm just going to be like super chill, and they're just going to take my side kind of thing. And for the most part, they do, right? Um, and it ended up being me sitting there for a lot of the time, going, "Yes, I know this. Yes, I know this." Like already having reevaluated myself and just annoyed. And I was in therapy because I was having some problems at work, and I couldn't come to terms with it, and I thought therapy would help. And at the end, I was so frustrated and so annoyed, and I was like why are we continuing to do this? Like, why am I paying to be here? I don't understand. Like, this is like I'm not getting anything out of this. And the funny thing was, she asked me flat out. She said, "Well, what aren't you getting?" And I said, "What do you mean? Like, you're the therapist. You should know what I'm getting and not. Like, I don't understand. What do you mean by that?" And she said, "Well, here's what I've seen in progress so far." And she talked me through it. And I was like, "I guess." And then she goes, "So what aren't you getting?" And I said, "Well, I was hoping that like I'd have some sort of breakthrough and that I'd be able to like find ways to cope and relax." And she said, "Well, you are more relaxed." I said, "What do you mean?" She said, "You're sitting here complaining about it when you walked in here like 4 months ago, you were shaking and you said that you were trying to quit your job and you were pissed off and you didn't know what to do. And basically, you said that you felt like you were going to lose your job. Well, now you're complaining that you have your job, and because it was like a occupational therapist kind of thing." And she said, basically, "You seem much more confident." And I paused and I looked at her and I said, "Yeah, I guess." And I kind of clued in to what she was doing most of the time too. Like near the end of it, I was like, "It seems like you're just kind of like building me up." Because she was like, "Oh yeah, no, it's like she like grab her wristwatch when she was like, oh, being polite and patient." I was like, "It seems like it's time to go." And she goes, "Oh, you're very apt. You know what time it is, even before I do." And I said, "Well, you're grabbing your wrist. Like, it seems like you kind of got to go somewhere." And she said, "No, no, we can spend a couple more minutes." And she was very polite. Um, but it's the funny thing about therapists is that they do this. They're really good at mind games, and they're really good at like helping you self-discover things. And you'll get really pissed off about it, and then suddenly you'll have that aha moment because they can just bring it on you whenever they please. It's such a mind fuck, but at the same time, it's really helpful, like unbelievably helpful. It's super weird, and like kudos to those who are in that field because, god damn it, you bastards, you know what you're doing all the time, even when they don't. They will purposely play dumb just so you feel smarter, and then make you smarter. Ah, they're geniuses, and it's so annoying. Because I always, when I was in therapy, I was like, "Oh, I know what I'm doing here," and then it was like, "Oh, I do. I'm not doing anything about it." So they were helping me, pushing me into doing it, and I was like, "Fuck, all right." And I got a lot of homework. My therapist gave me a lot of homework back then. That was fun. Okay, so what did we do yesterday? Yesterday, we started working on our Chaos Possessed. This dude turned out really badass so far. We've got him looking pretty gross and like awful, and he just looks sick. And I'm really hoping to keep that theme going. We have to do some highlights on him because his skin tones don't exactly match all the way, so we're gonna get pretty close to that today. Um, and then there's some veins here and stuff that I'd like to highlight, and just some things that could use a little bit of attention. We've got to do some smaller details like teeth and things. The nice thing about these Possessed is that because they're much larger models than the regular Legionnaires, the detail is slightly different. What I mean by that is when we look at the Legionnaires, there's a lot of tiny details, things that like Games Workshop looked at and said, "Oh, how many things can we fit on like a Space Marine to make it look like he's like a Chaos Space Marine?" And then the Chaos Possessed, they went, "Okay, it's still kind of a Space Marine, so it's halfway between like a Bloodletter almost and like a Chaos Space Marine. So how can we merge the two?" So the sculpt ends up a little bit more simple, even though you get some like bits on the side here and some pretty interesting things. That said, one of the things I'm going to do today is I've got some Uhu glue. If you haven't heard of Uwu glue or Uhu glue, it dries very quickly and it's very sticky. We're going to mix that with some Blood for the Blood God, and we'll attach that around some of these bits where at least got like spikes and stuff. So it's going to look very bloody near the end of it. Ideally, by the end of this stream, we'll have done this guy and maybe part of another one. Oh, we started doing the base for this as well yesterday. We didn't get any more progress on the base because we just kind of ran out of time. But the goal today is to get some more basing done. So what that's going to look like is grabbing some more of these cotton balls and just tearing them apart so they're really, really, really thin. Like, I don't want to see big white streaks. I want to see very thin white streaks, almost. Because I want to convey that it's like fog, almost, and just sort of lay them elsewhere in here. I might even dry brush these a little bit of gray. So I'm just going to keep them extremely, extremely thin. And that's just so they look wispy and like just pieces of fog. So that's going to be a little hard to work with, but we'll figure it out when we get to that point. We'll do basing last at this point because we have everything else done, and we have the base of the base of the base. We have the start of the base on there. We still have to do some highlights and edge highlights, things for like the hooves and the around the armor and everything. But we'll get through that. You'll be right back. All right, see you soon, man. So I'm gonna take some Abaddon Black here. Well, hold on. Let me think about this real sec. We could go back with Abaddon Black and clean some of this up, and that might be a good idea. Just to reset some of this. We do have some smaller details, so maybe we'll do the silver first, and then do this down here. And then there's a space in here where it looks like it's a little bit more armor in there, so we'll throw a little bit of Abaddon Black in there, kind of last. And then we'll do our gold trim, because the trim's going to take quite a bit. So I'm going to start with this little color blocking of his front cape here, and then we'll come back and do, like I said, the silver, and then do the gold, and then do a little bit of black in here. So that's probably a good place to start. Hey, there we go. So I'm going to grab, turn myself down just a hair bear here. Oh, I've got my bottle of water, and I'm going to start with a monster. Okay. So, let's Blood for the Blood God. I just have to find my paint again because I have a lot of it on my desk now. If I could show you guys my whole desk, which I might at some point, you guys would see that it is just absolutely covered in paint. Right now I'm shaking up some corn red. I don't know if that's in my list here. Let me take a quick little scan and see if it is. Nope, so we'll add it to the list. Also, I realized yesterday that I need a list separator. Just so when it rolls around again, someone might see, there we go, just like that. Okay, so I'm going to grab my base brush here, get my bristles moist. I'm using the same paper towel from yesterday because we just didn't get a lot of paint on it, so I'm being ecological. I'm saving some trees. And I'm just going to get some corn red onto the base here. Sorry, onto the wet palette. Just get it real thin. We'll do a couple thin layers. This feels good. It's funny, they talked about snowing again here today, and I'm not looking forward to it, and I hope they don't. Like, I hope it doesn't snow. Not they can't control the weather. I hope it doesn't snow, is what I mean. I wish they could control the weather. Be nice to have a bunch of nice days when you need it, and snow during Christmas time. Not much though. I don't want a lot of snow. Like in Atlantic Canada, we get a shitload of snow. Like too much snow, I would argue. So it'd be nice just to have a little bit. But as long as I don't have to use the snowblower, then I'm okay with it. I'd rather just shovel it, honestly. Gotta rotate this guy around. Get rotated. Um, gotta try and not get that corn red on everything. Just on the cape. Is that a cape? Or what is it called when it's in the front? Because it's not a cape. It might still be a cape, though. I believe it's like a, not a tartan. Um, Not a kilt, maybe? Gotta sneak my brush in here a little bit. Kind of hard because that space is just a little hard to reach. But I'll try. Back, I had to spray some lead belcher on my clouds. Nice. Lead belcher on your clouds? What? You get shiny clouds? That's a new one. So it's more gray? Oh, okay. Yeah. That makes sense. I thought you had like metallic clouds. I was like, man, I gotta live in your state if you get metallic clouds. That sounds awesome. It sounds metal as fuck. Puts us beneath a steel curtain into new terms. There we go. I'm just working around some corn red right now. There we go. I'll just sneak it in the back here beneath his butt. Right where he's got this like skin lesions. I'll just try and keep this visible, but it's kind of hard because the space is kind of really tight. You know what's great? If I can speak from like a streamer perspective here, I went to so I rated at the end of stream yesterday. I rated Pro's stream, uh, and that was pretty cool. There wasn't a lot of us left, but it was pretty cool. And he had some custom commands set up for Burnout Brush, and I was like, oh fuck, I got to do something like that. So I've made it kind of my goal at some point later tonight to do a custom command for Pro when he gets in here. But don't anybody tell him. I want it to be a secret. I want to freak him out. That's my goal. I want to be like, oh hey Pro, and then like I want to do something weird like big fanfare. I do that for all you guys if I could, but uh, I raid him, and I'm hoping he'll raid me someday. So uh, I gotta upsell, you know. That corn red looked really good there. It turned out really nicely. It's nice and smooth. Um, that said, I've been thinking about you guys a lot actually. Um, and I was sitting in the mall yesterday, waiting for the wife to get off work, waiting for the commissar to get off work, and I got thinking about, oh, man, like I gotta figure out more I can do for these guys. Like I've got a really tight knit community. You guys do a lot for me. Whether you believe it or not, whether you recognize it or not, you guys do a lot for me. Do. You do a lot for me, whether that be like just mentally helping me just relax or like give me a space to work on things, or just being super chill in general, which is also way helpful, way helpful. I was like, I want to give back somehow. Um, there's not a lot I can do right now, but there's things I'm thinking about that I'd like to do for you guys. So if you got any suggestions, feel free to just drop them into the Discord. Because there's always something. Hi, Lunaris. I was waiting to see if somebody would use that. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. How's it going today, man? Oh. Oh, shit. Oh, god damn it. I'm saving up to change. For change mini faction? Oh, hell yeah. Can you imagine that halfway through, just suddenly, yep, they're all Krieg now. Oh, fuck. Oh, that was good. That was good. I like that. The timing was impeccable. Okay, so I'm just putting some. Oh, I gotta recover from that. Oh, fun fact. This is a little detail about Lunaris and I, because we go back a little bit. You know, I used to. We're still friends. I should start by saying that. But we used to hang out a lot together, and one of the things we did together, way back in the day, is we ran a convention together. It was a pretty big convention actually. It had like 500, 600 people attend. It would have been nice if it had been a little bigger, but um, for what it was, it's pretty cool. We've known each other for at least 3 weeks. Yeah, exactly. At one point, Lunaris used to work at a video store, and one time, one time I was in line, um, and I was like, I will say it was Blockbuster. I'll start with that because it was, that should show my age a little bit. Back Blockbuster era, yeah, exactly. And I want to say tired. I wasn't always present mentally, but I was tired. And so I come up to the cash and I asked him to sign for a membership to save money. Yes. So he asked me if I wanted to sign for a membership, and I said yes. I'd love to. That sounds like a great idea. It's probably like an upsell he needs to do. So I'll give throw a dog a bone, right? Like help a brother out, like give some bros some support. I asked for his number, so I was like, hey, can I get your number? Like what's your number? And I wasn't totally present mentally, and I was like, oh, let me tell this. Yeah, yeah. Oh, important. Okay, yeah. Hit me with it. What's up? There's an old lady. Yes. Sorry, you're right. Okay, let me set the scene. So here's how it is. We're at the Blockbuster. Lunaris is working behind the counter, and I come up and I'm like, "Hey, how's it going, dude?" And he's like, "Hey, man, what's up?" I was like, "I want to get, um, I want to rent. I think it was like Ace Combat or whatever it was." And this woman's behind me, and she's like, it's her date night kind of thing, and she's just hanging out, and she's kind of in a rush because she wants to go home to her husband, kind of thing, and she's like, not having any of my shit because like Lunaris and I are just kind of joking about things, and he's like, all right, so we're gonna ring you through. Do you want to set up an account? I'm like, yes, I'd love to set up an account. She was in her 40s, yeah, I'll say that. I mean, she wasn't too bad, right? Um, and she was very impatient, very much a Karen. And she's like, kind of like, these guys are idiots. Like, just, like, waiting to come through the cash, right? And Lunaris and I are kind of joking around a bit, like, oh, you want to run a movie? I want to run a movie. And she just, and like frustrated, like dying on the inside, waiting for us to stop being stupid. And Lunaris goes, okay. Anyway, here's the meat and potatoes. He goes, okay, I gotta set up an account for you. So he goes, "This is your name." Yep. What's an email? I give him an email, and he goes, "Okay, I just need a number." And I'm like, phased off in the distance, not paying attention. He goes, "Hey man, huh? I need a number. 3." She goes to the other line. Lunas pops in 3 into the system, and then looks up at me as slow as he can. And I went, "What?" And he goes, "3 what?" And I said, "Oh, like a phone number?" And he goes, "Yes, like a phone number." Oh god. The woman was so furious. She went over and complained to the manager who was in the other line, and he goes, "Listen, man, like that's not his fault. That's the customer, right?" And I was like, "Oh, I didn't realize I was being stupid. I just wasn't present mentally." Oh, it was so fucking stupid. It was so funny. And so now every now and then, Linares and I will just be like, "Can I get a number? Like, what's your number? 3." The kind of bullshit I used to get up to. Oh god, it wasn't. I was. Yeah, it really wasn't trying to be mean. I wasn't trying to get a dodge or anything other. I was just, yeah. I was just in public. Just, yeah. I wasn't there mentally. I was like just chilling, hanging out, and I was like, "There's the person I like to hang out with. There's a friend of mine." And then it hit me that like, oh wait, this is a job for this person. Oh fuck. And then like when I clued into reality, I was like, whoa, my brain was fried. Of course, I'd been awake for like 48 hours at that point. Peer back there. Okay, it was a good time. It was. I'm one of those people that you shouldn't allow in public for very many reasons. Most of them are because I'm not always there mentally. Um, Not because I don't want to be, but because I'm just like off in la la land, right? Okay, we have a couple eyes on this thing. I think the right direction for these eyes is we're gonna grab some Uthulian Gray. Drugs are bad and good. Exactly. Don't take drugs, kids. I don't normally. Well, I don't anymore, but at that time I actually wasn't taking drugs. But yeah, definitely don't because they'll make you fried like an egg. I'm gonna use some Methulian Gray here and just paint these eyes. And because we used the Lupus Pink and everything in there yesterday, we've got kind of like a bloodshot color around them. Now the white might be too bright, so what we'll do is we'll take some of that skeleton horde and we'll just darken these down a little bit later. Just using some of this from the wet palette. Some of it's being unhinged and run untreated ADHD, so my mind wanders. I'll like give it to the end thought. Me and Chris will be sitting in a chair. I'll put stickers on the wrong way because it seems funny when it turns its own thing. Oh, for those who don't know, my name is Chris. Hi. You may call me Burnt Brush. You may call me Chris. That's kind of I'm okay with either. Shit, fuck. It's cool, man. I think I've said before. My name is Chris. I accidentally name dropped. It's all good. We have his full government name. It's true. It's true. They know about the furry dating sites. They know about the. No shame to those who are. Um, just making a joke. Okay, so those eyes are very bright. So I'm going to take some contrast paint here. I'm going to grab my skeleton horde. There we go. For a dating site, you say? Chris McHuge Dick Handsome Ass the Third. Yes, that is my full legal name. Intender is Chris McHuge Chris fuck Chris Mc Chris. Why can't I talk today? Am I crazy, guys? Suck it a little too much there. I'm going to take a little bit off. There we go. It's called Furcadia. Oh, Jesus. I'm just trying to make these eyes look kind of like jaundicey and a little sickly, so I'm just adding just a tinge of yellow to them. And I'll even take a little water here, and I'll just dry out the center. Just so we get some of that white back. Just like that. It looks pretty good so far. Here, I'll turn off the light so you guys can see. There we go. I keep forgetting you guys have a hard time seeing it because of the camera. Sounds like you're having a non-flashback. Charlie's in the trees. Um, or am I having an off day? I'm having the most on of days ever. Can you imagine? Um, there we go. And what we'll do is I gotta find something that goes in these eyes that will make them look really cool. What looks cool, guys? Maybe some knobgrot. So you're just bad at tongue twisters? I am very bad at tongue twisters. Throw me a tongue twister and I'll say it on stream. That's today's theme. Throw me tongue twisters and I'll try and say them on stream. Just gonna grab a little knobgrot hide. Is that in my list of colors, guys? Irish wrist watch. Irish 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 wrist watch. Aaron's iron urn. 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 Ugh. I'm just coming in here with some of that knobgrah hide. I'm just doing a little circle here. Both sides. It's being really thin. Might be too hard to see. I'm going to do a little bit more. A little bit more. A little bit more over here. Aaron's iron urn. Ooh. Just coming in with that knob. Teacher Peel, is that you? Aaron. Aaron. I like Key and Peele. They're fucking hilarious, dude. Just over defining here with a little bit of William Gray again. And then what I'll do is I'll take a little tiny little dot of Abaddon black. Like the tiniest little dot. And I'll just do right in the center. On both sides. I'm just trying to imprint just a tiny little dot here. A little bit more of that knobgrot around the eye, just a hair. It was funny. They were funny. Dave Chappelle was hilarious, dude. Chappelle show. Woo-hoo-hoo. With a 5-finger say the face. Slap. So we've got some eyelids here, and they need a little bit more definition. So, excuse me. Oh, you know what? I need to add Novgorod hide to my list of colors. Oh, there we go. Excuse me. So I'm going to grab some of this corn red from earlier, and I think I'm just going to go around just the outside. If you had some calming sea shanties in the background, no, we did that once. I'm not sure. Not sure we could get away with that again for a while. But maybe I'll make a voice command, or not voice command, but a thing to play some sea shanties. The calming little seagulls screaming. What a stream that was, guys. That was so funny. Just the screaming of every animal and just this wall of sound. If you really want something calming, let me find something calming that you might like. Why does it have an intro video? Oh, that's not very good. One sec here. Um. Oh, that's kind of cool. Hold on. Ragtime. Oh, ragtime music would be hilarious. An hour and a half of ragtime. Oh, it's so loud. One sec. Dun, 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 dun. There we go. That might change the theme of how I end up painting this, so I'm not sure if we're gonna stick with this for very long. I don't want to be rude, but this might be a touch too chaotic too early in the stream. Yeah, I'm gonna snap back into the kill hop. I know, I know, I know. Greatly disappointing. Um, Ragtime is a good vibe, and we'll jump back to that a little bit later. I've got it on the docket for a little bit further into the stream. Um, but for right now, I just gotta work through some of this mini because we're getting pretty close to almost finishing it. Actually, um, you know what I could do is I could do a media share or like a media request. That might be kind of cool. Does anyone know how to set one of those up? I use Stream Elements. Just highlighting some of this bone here with this Flavor and Flesh. Or not bone, but some of these bits with Flavor and Flesh. There are ways to do it. Excuse me. I am so sorry. I'm still dying after that absolute cinema. Do you want a warm blanket for your lap? I'm sorry, 1 second here. Oh, it is warm, guys. Oh, the commissar just brought me a warm blanket. Oh, I got paint on it. I'm just kidding. I didn't get paint on it. I just want to see what she'd say. she just painted these or painted. Oh my god, no! She just she just painted a blanket. I got a video that would be interesting to watch while you paint. If you want to give it a watch, send it to me on Discord. I don't know how to set media stream yet. Oh god, this blanket is so warm. Excuse me. I need some water. 1 sec here. Oh, that's better. I can breathe now. Just doing some edge highlighting real quick here. Just using that thinned out Blade One Flesh. Excuse me. Yeah, Lunaris, if you want to send it over or throw it in the throw it to me on Discord so I can take a peek at it. 1 sec. The accidental C. Lunaris, I've got this inkling. I've got this suspicion, this striking superposition that I think you're trying to convert me into piratism. No. Just highlighting one of his veins here. How's your sea legs? Me sea legs are leggy and sea. Just putting some highlights on some of the pieces here. Just around some of the skin where it's gonna look kind of damaged. Ah, there's a really good vein right up here. And if you guys can see it, 1 sec. There goes the fire truck outside. There's a fire truck? Oh, fuck. I can't get there, boss. Okay, so Lars and I used to play a lot of games back in the day. And what was the name of that game? It was like, um, it was something, firefighter, the something. Fire truck simulator. That's what it was. It drove by with a siren? Oh, Jesus. Um, and so Firefighter Simulator was interesting because it was just a Steam game, and I bought it and I was like, oh, that might be fun to play, right? Get to be firefighters, screw around a little bit, whatever. Um, the AI mapping in that game is super weird, to put it gently. Firefighter Simulator, that's what it was. And we found that when you are the fire chief and you your um, tell your firefighters where to go, sometimes they lose their mapping. And so what was happening was that I was trying to tell a group of firefighters to go to like the second floor in the middle of a burning building. And they were like, I can't get there, boss. And they just kept saying it for like 30, 40 minutes. Careful how you climb ladders. Why? What was wrong with the ladder? I can't remember. Just doing the spines here. Some of these little arm bits, little hands. The ladder I climbed it with a hose and gets sent to the void. Oh, that's right. If you climb a ladder with a hose, sometimes you just get yeeted into forever. Episode 4, everything went to shit. Oh, yes. I vaguely remember. It's been so long since I played that game. It's been so long since we've played that game. Just gently edge highlighting some of these, like, kind of fleshy bits. Just to make them really sell out that there's, or really sell the idea that they're flesh. I sort of love how gross they look, you know? I've been playing more GTA 5. I haven't played GTA in a little while now. It's been on my list of things to get back into. I like to just, I don't know if you guys do this, but I like to get in and just chill in GTA 5. Like, I'll get one of the cars, just go for a drive, and then, like, I don't know what it is. Okay, so being an adult now, I find it's just really nice just to get out and just be out at nighttime, like in a car, and just relax. There's just something so chill about just driving around. Unless you get like the people with like road rage, which can sometimes be just absolutely insane. Using that flame on flesh to highlight the teeth, using just a little bit here. Super, super thin, but I'm just keeping it just on the teeth itself. You can kind of see it coming through. What version of WoW? Last version of WoW I played was, um, oh my gosh, what was the last version of WoW that we played together? It was, um, Ice Cream Citadel. So, um, no, it was Mists of Pandaria. No, it was Cataclysm. Depends on my mood. Sometimes I dick around and drive or do a thing. Sometimes I like to do a heist or two. Now they're easier. You can also do some new ones with one person. They had jobs like firefighting, pizza delivery, and cab driving. What? I didn't know that. I might have had played Miss with us. I can't remember. Kale had a panda. Yes. Well, if Ken had a panda, I definitely had a panda then. Miss Pandaria. Trying to highlight some of these edges on the head spikes here. I'm only just trying to catch the light on them because what we're going to do after I get these highlighted is we're going to take a little bit of Black Legion, and we're just going to tip the ends and bring them down. Now I've got a chance here. Well, I'll do the eyes layer. Which loads better, faster, and game runs smoother and has better graphics. Oh, you get the enhanced version for free. Nice. I wish they would do that with the PlayStation 3 version. God, I bought the PlayStation 3 version so long ago. I probably have as well. Yeah, I probably do. I'm gonna grab just a tiny little bit of Black Legion here, even less than what I have, and just put on the tips of these horns, and then just grab some water and then just drag it down. Grab a little bit more and just do the backs of these as well. Just trying to keep it controlled. Nothing too, nothing too fancy. Well, I guess very fancy because it is what it is, but nothing too heavy. I mean, just moving the black down. Probably forced to buy GTA 6 for the PlayStation 5. I'm definitely buying Grand Theft Auto 6 once it comes out, whenever it comes out. Um, I'm extremely excited for that game. I've only ever heard rumors when it's supposed to be coming out, like sometime this year, probably even next year, if I'm being totally honest. Like, there's no official announcement other than just it comes out when it comes out. You know, it's like the Power Rangers, Beyond the Fourth Wall, Power Rangers. Like, it comes out when it comes out. And we like it that way. A little bit of black up there looks good. Just kind of blends in a little bit. As a set date, has for a while. Oh, November 26th. Okay. I did not know. Now I know. Knowing is three quarters of what you need to know. Okay, so the other cool thing we can do here is we've got these um, like claws. I'd like to do them in black, I think. Just because that seems like very Demented-esque. I'll just use my Black Legion contrast paint here. Now, could I have used Black Legion contrast paint for the whole model? Yes. There's no question in my mind I could have. I chose to do it with Abaddon Black just out of pure spite. And because that's what I've done for all the others for some reason. I think it's partially because I forgot I had Black Legion for that purpose, but also I just it feels very nice to just paint something really thin. I'm going to be moving to PC. It's coming out November 26 as a set date for a while, and that's half the Warfield. G.I. John, yes. God, I remember. Does anyone else remember those old G.I. Joe cartoons from the early 2000s? Pork chop sandwiches. I'm a computer. Stop all the downloading. The reason why I'm using Black Legion here is because it'll really help with some of the edge highlighting on this. It's got a little hat. Yes. Tiny little hat. Okay. Oh, that was. Oh, okay. Okay. So while that's drying, we can start working on the silver. And we'll do gold last. So I was using this Iron Warriors to do in some of the like deeper places, but because we have to do some of the more highlighted like metallics, it's probably more sensible for us to use Iron Hands. Once I find it here, the old GI Joe abridged. Oh my god, yes. Dragon Ball Z abridged was really good too. Actually, I wish more like home studios would do the abridged series because some of them are just hilarious. Okay, we got Iron Hand Steel here. Um, and like you have with stuff like Dragon Ball Z abridged, Sailor Moon abridged. That was a thing. They were really fun to watch. Let's see here. So I'm gonna grab a little of this Iron Hands, and I need to shake it one more time because it's not quite as consistent as I want. So the thing I find with like metallics is they separate very easily. And so you kind of get them. Well, most of these Citadel paints separate very easily, if I'm being honest. Oh yeah, that's a lot smoother. You know what? There's a little bit of. I think this is more of the red, but I'm gonna say it's probably this silver. Yeah, I think the silver fits better here. And what we'll do is, when we're done with the silver, we'll hit with a little bit of Nuln Oil, and that'll just bring it right back up. And all I'm doing is just dragging the. Actually, we'll do something a little different. We'll hit it with the. I've linked what you're referencing. Okay, I'll take a peek at it here in a second. Um, I will use this iron hand steel now on some of these little bits, and then we'll use the Black Legion a little bit later on, and we'll just fill in all those little gaps just to really make it darker. Uh, one thing I'd like to do with this iron hand steel as well is I was watching a video kind of this morning, and what they were doing was they were doing a little bit of chipping on the edges, and then they were filling it in with some of the like black underneath. And I thought that was kind of neat, so I might try that on this model. We're going to experiment and see what happens. Now, the reason why I'm doing the silver now as opposed to doing it after the fact, because it's a much thinner thing, is because I have to go over it with some of the gold. Now, I did pick up um, a brand new Retributor armor yesterday, but because I started with a Liberator gold, we're going to continue with the Liberator gold. That's the easy way out. Not doing anything too special here, just doing all the little details. All those little plugs and connectors, and we've got a little space here beneath his neck here, or around his neck, I guess. Just put in there, just so it's a little metallic. And a lot of this is going to be gold, so I'm not too worried about where it's going. And I just noticed that some of these are going to be black, so we're going to come back here a little bit of Abaddon black later and clean it up. For now, though, we're just going to roll with it and just grab all the areas that we need done. And that's on me for not seeing those little bits earlier. I mean, guys, you were supposed to be paying attention. One of us has to be doing it. Uh, guys, what the hell? I thought you were painting my model for me. I'll just kind of finish up the silver here, and then we'll take a look at that video there, Lunaris. Sweet, that looks pretty good. Oh, missed one little spot right here. Now it looks like it probably uses gold up here too, so we'll address that in a second. Say paint that black. All right, let me take a peek at this video real quick. Oh Jesus, Fensler GI Joe PSA 22. One sec here. I'm gonna do. Um, where's my option? Display capture. Or just put this on YouTube. Miss Lafitte. Monsieur Lafitte. Hold on. What the fuck? Oh god damn it. God, I haven't seen G.I. Joe cartoons in so long, dude. Look at this little hat. What's with the tattoo, Mr. Lafitte? He's just like, oh, I could just eat you up. And it's like, okay. Jesus. All right. Okay. So, as I was saying before, and as I was alluding to, I need some more Abaddon Black in here because I totally missed some areas that could definitely. Oh, I got red all over my finger now. Every stream I got paint on my hands. I don't know how. I am one with the paint, guys. I am one with the paint. Just gotta paint these little vent connectors here. Paint them black with Abaddon Black. That was cute, dude. God. Thank you for showing me that. It's been forever since I've seen a G.I. Joe cartoon. And like I'm an old man now, right? So watch a burn up rush stream, take a shot every time they get paint on their hands. Take a drink every time I take a shot every time I get paint on my hands. You'd be dead by the end of the stream. Take a drink every time I get paint on my hands. Take a shot every time I cut myself. Uh, Finish your drink every time we finish a model, and take a shot every time we start a new model. Um, take a shot every time I get derailed. Sometimes I derail myself. Chug a white Russian every time someone makes a dirty joke. And then chug a dirty Russian every time someone makes a joke about white Russians. Define dirty Russian. It's a white Russian, but with olive juice in it. Oh, guys, that's new meta. That's disgusting. That's terrible. Milk and creamer, Kahlua, and pickle juice. Oh god, that sounds so bad. In hindsight. Oh god, dirty Russian. Imagine going into a bar and be like, "Hey man, can I get a dirty Russian?" They're like, a what? A dirty Russian. Sure. What's in one? It's a white Russian. Yeah. Okay, so Kahlua and vodka, and and cream. Yeah. And what else? What makes it dirty? Olive juice. What? Can I just get some absolute cinema? Oh, fuck. God damn it. Oh, fuck. It don't get any more logical than this, guys. This is me today. I'm free-eyed. Like that time we discovered Cimente. Oh, I missed some silver here. I'll have to come back and do that. Oh, Lunaris, were you there? Did you miss the time that we discovered Cimente? You know what? We never discovered. What's that? Oh, wait. Let me answer this question for you. Why Spider-Man turned that way? What a folly was? What the fuck is a folly? What is a folly? I mean, there's folly artists, right? But like, I think the conversation we were saying at the time was that's the folly of her downfall. Or that's the folly of mankind. It was like, what the fuck is a folly? I don't know. I just used the term. I do that a lot. I use terms without knowing what they mean sometimes. I'm a little better for it now, but and we were having a back and forth them all. Sail the Seven Seas on the Folly Roger, right in the food court. Oh yeah, I I can't do anything in public. I'm just an awful, awful gremlin. I'm a raccoon with human features. That's your folly. I say, that's your folly. What the fuck is a folly? I was like, oh, just to touch that Uthulian gray to try and or to find some of these features on the eye. Just because I'm noticing that they're kind of hard to see. I can paint tiny eyes. I just can't paint like big eyes. I guess because I don't think you were prepared for how I said it. That's right. Because like you just looked me dead in the face and you're like, "What the fuck is a fault?" Like you were just annoyed that I used a term that like you hadn't heard before, and I was like, "Oh, fine, oh." All right, I'm gonna use some of this Black Legion, and we'll get a little bit of cleanup here. Oh no, that's pretty good. I'm gonna use my STC. This is just a glaze brush. I'm just gonna try and go over some of those silver features that we did earlier. And all I'm doing is just sneaking in some of that black into all the little crevices. Just because it's easier just to get it in there and then pull it apart and just wipe across the surface. My brush moist, drag it across just like that. And all we're doing is just adding it. You're right, I definitely wasn't prepared for how you said it, as opposed to what it was you were saying. Because we say some pretty stupid stuff sometimes. I remember one time we were standing. God, if you guys didn't realize I was a nerd by now, get ready for this shit. We were standing outside of a Weird Al concert, waiting to get in, and we were talking amongst each other. And I don't even remember what we were saying or what we were talking about, if I'm being honest. But the people behind us looked at us and said, "You guys should do a podcast." And I was like, we took that seriously. We're like, "Yeah, we should do a podcast." And I think we planned to do it at one point, and that just never came to be. Um, but now that I'm in my like almost 40s, I'm like, maybe a podcast isn't the thing to do. Like it's on paper, it's a cool idea, but like it's kind of like the midlife crisis of like of having a life. It's like, well, I'll either get like a sports car or like, uh, you know, start a podcast or like get a boat or whatever the case is. Like some big investment that goes nowhere. Um, a podcast kind of would be fun though. I don't think you guys would listen to a Burnout Brush podcast though. I mean, like it's bad enough I Twitch stream. I don't know if you guys would listen to a Burnout Brush podcast. I mean, if you guys want to, we could. I just don't know how entertaining that would be. The mini painting podcast. Just hang out while I paint minis on the podcast. I suppose if it were like a visual podcast, that'd be kind of cool. Oh, I keep forgetting that you guys can't see if I don't have this angled correctly. There we go. Sorry about that, guys. Grab a little bit more. Just put it across top parts of this armor here, and then across this as well. And we'll just work it backwards. Again, just to smooth it out. and then we'll come back with a little bit of the regular silver, like maybe a Stormhost silver, and just highlight it a little bit. Maybe not. I mean, it's doing pretty good right now, just the way it is. I'll throw some on these like middle beams here on his stomach, and then a little bit on this hose that's up here on his face. It's funny, I had someone else reach out to me about a commission not too long ago. Um, and they want me to do a Tyranid for them, like a couple Tyranids. And they've done some like really cool body horror Tyranids. And so I'm thinking about opening up a couple of commission slots, maybe like 3 or 5. I'm not really sure. Um, I know I've got 2 on the go right now. I'll show you where I'm at with that one actually. So here's one I did. Um, it's for a very specific hive fleet. The only problem is that I did the backwards. So I did the black at the edge and the red up top, when the reality is that it should be the other way around. It should be black up top and red in the back. So I started redoing it. If I can find the other one I was working on. Oh, that's great. I shouldn't have lost the other one I was working on. It's here. It's somewhere here. But I reversed the color scheme. So it would be red near the front, sorry, red near the back and black near the front. Oh, I think I found it. Yep, right here. So it's black near the front, red near the black, near the back. So this is more in line with what his hive fleets are, or hive fleet colors are. I had some orange highlights in there. I'll turn off the light here so you can see what it looks like. And that's sort of how his fleet's going to look. It needs a little bit more Wraithbone along here, and then I still put the Skeleton Horde, so it looks similar in nature to this. But this is kind of the 2 different tones. So it's depending on the direction that the black is going, right? So because of that, like I try to do a proof when I'm taking out commissions, just to show that like here's kind of what you're getting into if you agree to this sort of thing, just so people understand kind of that that I understood what the request was. That's kind of my hope going forward. I've got a commission form on the ready. I'm just going to find a way to make sense of it so that it's a little bit more logistical, a little bit more reasonable for people to get involved with if that's the thing they want to do. My goal right now is to try and get good content. So, using it for content's awesome. So my rates are very reasonable as a result. But I won't go too much into it because I don't want to overload this channel too much. So it's all going to be conversations as to how we approach it. Very reasonable. Absolutely. I appreciate that customer feedback. Little secret for now. Letting on the secret. Um, looks like I missed a little black up here on the top portion, so we'll come back and we'll clean that up after we get this gold on. Here's an inside joke that Lunaris will know that he can describe or tell the reveal to the chat. Are you ready for this, Lunaris? Are you ready for this little inside little tither? Little haha, little hee hee, little hoo hoo? Are you prepared? Do you wanna tell the rest of the class about gold or what? Say what? Okay, so I'll tell the story. So what it is that um, in Canada, all of our signs are translated in English. Just join a Discord call. Yeah, no worries. Uh, so gold or what is the joke, and what it is that in Canada, all of our signs are translated into French and English, right? So some of the signs would be like like, oh, like ginger ale, like a golden ginger ale, right? And so the sign will just say something like gold ore 2.99. Sussex gold ore 2.99. And we just look at each other and I said, gold or what? He said, excuse me? And I said, gold or what? I don't understand. At the time, I really didn't understand. Excuse me. So the inside joke is just, it's gold or what? There we go. A little bit of gold in there. A little bit, using some Liberator gold on the trim here. Get some overpaint, but that's okay. We'll just paint over it with a little bit of that Abaddon black, a little bit later. Once we get the start of the trim here. We're gonna need a couple coats of this, so I'm not super worried. Again, I want the armor to look really gross, so I'm trying to keep it as amalgamated as possible. But keep it so it's stretching from his skin. Just using some of this gold here. Use as much Liberator gold as I can. Just dragging it across some of these trim pieces. There we go. Yeah, see I got a little overpaint in there. No big deal. We still have to add more Abaddon black a little bit later, so we're moving along pretty good. Actually, we're pretty close to done this model already. Like, besides doing some like shadows and highlights and the rest of our basing, like we're basically, I want to say 80% of the way there. Like I feel like that's a good metric. Or not metric, but a good summation, good number. You know what's surprising is I, Simple Dots hasn't jumped in today. I wonder if he's okay. Usually he's here by now. Might be out sick. We'll have to dock him a day's pay. Dock him a day's channel points. Teb, I'm counting on you to keep him responsible to that. That's right, I'm delegating now. Just throwing on some of this Liberator gold just around the arm here. Just around the shoulder pads right now, actually. I like these shoulder pads. They're kind of octagonal. They've got like little like sharp edges to them, which is just perfect because in nature there's no, I learned this in art class once, is that in nature there's no straight lines, right? Like everything's just natural, very natural curves. Um, and so because of that, like it really works well in this space where like to have straight lines because they're chaos possessed, right? Trying to grab as much of this gold as I can, but it's just separating on me. There we go. Let's move some of that gold around just so it sits on the edge of the rim. There we go. Today's Wednesday, right? Like, it's so weird. I keep thinking it's like Thursday. And like I love Thursdays. I don't know why. I really do love Thursdays. I feel like they're one of like the best days of the week. Just because you can get so much done by Thursday. And if you've got a lot done by Thursday, then the rest of the week is just badass. Oh, I was gonna ask you this. I was just curious. Chalupa Batman there. I was wondering, did your boss ever give you the payout for that? Like, did he or did they make sure that you got your fair share as a result of that? As a result of those reviews? We even had starting in 3 minutes, by the way. Just as a heads up for anyone who has not yet subscribed to, this would be a good time to get that subscribe button ready. You can avoid ads by subscribing. So if ads are not your flavor and you like to just continue with the process, subscribing is the best way to do it. Man, my bristles are just they're drying out. Like I keep adding more paint, but it just isn't sticking. I don't know what's going on. I think maybe my Liberator Gold has bit the dust. Maybe it's time I get a new Liberator Gold. Thank you. Yes, I'll hydrate. Hmm. Ah, so tasty. Fine. My wrists. Hold on. Stretching, stretching, stretching. Oh, yep. Oh, whoa. I actually am more awake. Thank you. Oh, self care. Yeah, I'm really bad at self care. If it wasn't totally evident, even by the name alone, it's burnout brush. Uh, thank you, by the way. I forget sometimes. And I do this like hunch thing where like, oh, check my posture 1 sec. Ah, there we go. Yeah, I like to hunch. I'm the hunchback of Warhammer. Um, and like definitely with this hobby, I hunch a lot. I hunch like Peter. hunch like Peter. I don't understand that reference. Lois, I've got a hunch. Lois, 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 Lois. I've been turned into consumable merchandise. You look taller than normal, than usual. Lois, I hunch. From the Tobey Maguire Spider-Mans. Oh yes, Tobey Maguire, Peter, Lois. Can't spell Lewis without L-O. Lewis McGriffin. Sorry, it was Lewis Pewterschmidt. Oh man. See, this is why I should be doing these armor. This is why people do armor pads first, then assemble them. Is because of these exact reasons. Where it's like almost a sub assembly with some of these guys. Where it's like, my god, like the detail is so hard here. Because like I gotta get really more of these like tighter details in. Hold on, I got a funny joke we can do on stream here. One sec. Because they're in an ad right now. The ad break ends in one minute. We'll do that when they come back. Low ass. Ad progress. They got 30, 20 seconds left. And that clip is 4 seconds long. 13 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So I have to get my Bulgrin in. That's awesome, dude. I've got to look up that model and see what it looks like. I could deviate here real quick because I'm waiting for gold to dry. They are ugly. Oh, I love ugly. Ugly's the best, man. Especially in like the grimdark future, ugly is literally the best thing for this hobby.
Peter the horse is here.
Take a pick one for you. Please do. Especially if you have one assembled already. Hell yes. I'm gonna have to reuse some of the silver here, but that's okay. I'm overpainting just to get the layers on, and then we'll just, like I said, we'll just clean up anyway. 90% of my process is just to get the paint on, and then we'll just clean it up all in post anyway. Okay, so I got a lot of overpaint here. I paint on, apply directly to the forehead. 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 God, I haven't seen those head-on commercials in forever. Head on, apply directly to the forehead. Head on, and like, that's the thing is they were catchy because they worked. Like they knew how they were going to sell it to you, so that's how they sold it. Oh, you know what? I need a little bit of gold in there. Did that shit work? I don't know. I never used it. All I know is where you applied it and what it was. Because it was head on, applied directly to the forehead. I think it was for headaches. Am I crazy? Has anybody ever used? Sorry for the library pick. No worries. I'm gonna pop it up on screen here so we take a peek at it together. They sold a lot of shit that didn't work back then. Yeah, well, they still do. I mean, snake oil, right? Dude. Yeah, I'm definitely showing these off on chat. Sorry. It looks so sick, dude. I love the size of these guys. So mint. And like they got really big shields too, which makes them even more like interesting. God, maybe I should buy some Bulgrin. They'd be a lot of fun to paint. They would be a lot of fun to paint. Maybe we'll buy some Bulgrin. Yeah, I'll buy some Bulgrin. Also, I like the bases and what you're doing with the bases here. This is really cool. Like the trench kind of basing, really nice. Infomercials were 90s brain rot. Yes, without question, they were 90s brain rot. 90s infomercials when you want to buy swords and knives. Swords. 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 Anyway, Brendan, I own swords now. But why? What do you mean, why? They're swords. Listen, Ted, I've never seen a knife this low in price. Listen, Ted, I've never seen a knife this low in price. And right now, we'll give you a second knife for free. For free. But only if you buy in the next hour. Swords. Swords. Just sounds like music. You know, sometimes after like a big argument with my wife, I could go downstairs and just look at the swords. Swords. Getting these very clean, very, very clean. Brendan, you don't understand. Coach McCurk, did you need these swords? Yes, Brendan. Spaghetti time. Little spot in there, I could sneak some gold in. The fillet knives that currently the curls in really well. You know, okay. I don't know if anyone's ever done this. I want to challenge chat here to think about this. Go to your kitchen sometime. Grab the sharpest knife you own. Okay, this is not good advice, but I want you to try this. Get a tomato sometime. Get the sharpest knife you own in your kitchen, and do that thing where they gently slice a tomato without ever putting pressure on it. Has anybody ever been able to do that? I'm just cleaning up my gold here because I got a little extra gold on some of this stuff. Once and you witnessed it. Oh yes, because I bought that. So I bought a really nice knife. That's one of my favorite stories. Is I bought this really nice knife for the commissar one year for Christmas. She didn't really want a knife, but I bought her this knife. It's a kitchen knife. Um, and it just sat in a drawer for like a year. And we didn't really, whatever, right? It came from Japan. It's like a really nice knife, and it was kind of like, well, whatever. I screwed up Christmas, but whatever. Uh, anyway, and one day, I think the commissar, we were meal prepping something. And I said, why don't you use your sharp knife? And the commissar finally said, fine, okay, whatever. And she pulled it out of the sheath that it comes in, and it made that the like sharp noise. You didn't want to ruin it. Oh, the Damascus, yes, Damascus steel. Uh, and I just remember the look on the commissar's face of like, oh, that's sharp. And we just cut right like a melon straight in half with like just regular pressure. Absolutely crazy. Like the commissar is pretty strong. But this knife was like slice, and it was done. I'm gonna paint these gold up here because I think they're gold. It must be because they go around the top portion. I still love it and baby it. Yes, it's an absolutely beautiful knife. Paid $120 for it. Absolutely gorgeous knife. It's like having a mini kitchen sword. Yeah, well, that's why I paid for it back then. Was 120. What's wrong? Is that too much or too little? Should I have bought a more expensive knife? Should I have bought you like an actual sword? If I had more kitchen space, I would get more items. Guys, how many kitchen swords do you all have? Do I need to buy a kitchen sword? She want a katana, kitchen katana. Where my kitchen katana owners at? I don't even know what that emoticon is. It just looks like a someone falling over and dying. Burnout brush. Do you at least own a kitchen gun? Have you guys seen the infomercial for kitchen gun? It's a great way to do dishes. You just point and click, and your dishes are done. Thanks to kitchen gun. I have bang bang bang. No more loading the dishwasher when you can just shoot the stains right off. It looks pretty good. The gold's on there nice and thick. Perfect. Okay. Okay, a little bit more black just to clean things up. Because I got a little overpaint with the gold. Because I got a little overzealous with the gold. Holy dish, holy dishwasher, anyone? What is the holy dishwasher? Please explain that to me. That sounds amazing. I need to see about getting PlayStation Online at some point if I'm going to eventually pre-order Grand Theft Auto Automobile. Grand Thefty Automobile, the fifth installment. I spelled it wrong. Holy dishwasher, Batman. Oh, I gotcha, I gotcha, I gotcha. I gotcha, I gotcha, I gotcha, I gotcha. I gotcha, I gotcha, I gotcha, I gotcha, I gotcha. I got yeah, I got yeah, yeah, I got yeah, y'all, you all, I got you all, y'all. Jesus, am I losing it already? It's what, almost 2 hours into the stream? And I'm already batshit insane. Oh fuck, don't get black on that. Oh no. Oh fuck. Sneaking black into some of these smaller areas here. Just some of the areas I missed earlier. Just clean them up. Mm. Gonna throw some more gold on that. Sixth, y'all. Y'all. Ulfric Stormcloak. Y'all. The Y'all of Whiterun. What is up, you all of Whiterun? Ulfric Stormcloak, if you are here, then the resistance is surely doomed. What happened to Dunkirk's wife? What the fuck is Dunkirk? Tell me the rest of that train of thought. I don't know who Dunkirk is. Y'all. I need some more Iron Hand steel here because when we did our highlighting, it just didn't catch all the way in. Like it overlapped it, made it darker. So just want to brighten it up a little bit just on at least part of the edge. Just so it's not so muted, but so it's a little bit more bold looking. So that's really what we're trying to tell is that there's metal here, which is the goal. He's an orc from WoW. He's a dude who stands in a field endlessly killing Horde. Horde? Isn't he Horde though? So he's an orc killing orcs. It's Mankirk's wife. It's because of what happened to his wife. She was murdered. Oh. Is that Falstead? Isn't Falstead dead? Yeah, that gold looks good. Talking about Mankirk? Okay. I just realized that part of this up here is actually not supposed to be gold. It's supposed to be this silver. Just going to correct that really quickly. There we go. Just like that. And it's already looking really gross, which is nice. I'll do the eyes absolutely last. Now I'm going to start on some washes, and then we'll do some highlighting. Normally I would do washes after the highlighting, but we'll do washes then highlighting this time. Just because then it'll look a lot brighter. Mankirk. Hugh Neutron. Man genius. I might even try some Leviathan blue this time. See how things work out. Okay, so washes. That's the first trick here. We're gonna find our Nuln oil. That's Earthshade. That's Black Legion. Need that a little bit later too. Where's my Nuln oil? Where's my Nuln oil? Sending you to the Shadow Realm, Jimbo. I'm sending you to the Shadow Realm, Jimbo. Hugh Neutron, man genius. Okay, so get some Nuln oil. Gonna use my shade brush here. Get it moist. Just grab a little bit. Not a lot, but just a tiny little bit. And just go over the armor. Just to darken it down. We'll just do just the black bits. In the backpack. Most of the backpack. Any of the silver, really. All we're doing is just making it darker. And just popping the light back into it. Or the depth back into it. Excuse me. I think my brother used to watch it, and that show's weird. It is weird. Jimmy Neutron, boy genius. And all I'm doing is just adding all this extra depth to these smaller areas. And I'll throw some on the cape as well. Or not cape, the kilt? I can't remember what we landed on for that. Cool. That's all we need for the Nuln oil. I'll pull just a tiny bit off here. And just keep some of that there. Just so it keeps the depth. Okay. Now I'm going to grab my Agrix Earthshade. We're going to shade the gold. Best as we can. We'll probably go a little thinner on it than we normally would, but just so we don't overload the areas. But we'll do it up. We'll just put it all over top of just the gold areas, just to make them really pop, like they're dirty. Move my. There we go. Now y'all can see what I'm doing. Just putting all over the Liberator gold. All over the Liberator gold. Hey, Brown Brush, did you hear about the old man who fell down the well? He couldn't see that well. Ay, ay, ay. I mean, one of those streams, huh? Oh, man. Couldn't see that well. Well. Look who it is. Let's see. I'm just applying the Agrix Earthshade on the gold here, just trying to get it looking pretty. Get a couple of spikes here. Just some stuff that would have connected, but we still have to edge highlights, so I'm not too worried about going back and fixing some of them up. I like how you laughed at your own joke. Kudos to you, man. Kudos to you. Putting a lot of that Agrix Earthshade on the gold because I want it to look very dirty and old and warped and, used and disgusting. Going to Candy Mountain. Going to Candy Mountain, Charlie. Candy Mountain. God, Carl, that kills people. Oh, what? He should have had such a delicious looking face. Well, Lunaris, I think you've confirmed your true identity now. Your real name is Carl. Carl Decidius. What? Why are his hands moving? Oh, I ate them. Carl, you can't eat his hands. Why not? They're tasty. That's dehumanizing. Just making that gold really, really filthy. Really filthy. Making that gold filthy, just slathering on all that Agrix Earthshade. Making it look old and used and abused and velvety and like it needs a cigarette. Give me a cigarette, boys. We're painting some Agrix Earthshade. Well, I kill people and I eat their hands. Carl, you can't. That's illegal. Eating hands? There's nothing wrong. Okay. Question for the lawyers in chat. Is it illegal to eat, hands? Like if someone offers you their hand to eat, is that illegal? Wish I could find my tactical bread knife. It's not even on the internet. Oh, the tactical bread knife? We can find another one at the dollar store. If someone offers you, then no. It's not illegal. Okay. Well, Lunaris, do you offer me your hand in lunch? What a thing to ask. I offer you my hand in lunch. Oh, gosh. Okay. Eric's Earthshade completed. I'll just wait for him to dry for a few minutes. I'd be down for some pizza, but maybe not people meat. Bob's Burgers. So, first episode of Bob's Burgers. Kind of a doozy. So, first episode of Bob's Burgers. is um, Louise tells people that they eat meat. In the pilot, it actually is a restaurant about eating people, but they changed it for the show to be just Louise pulling a prank. We're taking a little bit of that Mechanicus Standard Grade, just throwing it on the edge of these claws right now, just to start the highlights. Music's nice and chill. I threw on the wet palette first to get it kind of smooth. I want raptor-like talons here. So I'm gonna use a little bit of water and just drag the paint back a little bit and then right back to the edge. And my reason for it is just I just want that water to create like a blur. Like non-metallic metal. Foliage. Oh, that's a thing? Holy shit, I didn't know you could do that. That's cool. How'd you find that out? It's built in. Oh shit. I did not know. Today I learned. That's kind of cool. Terminally online, and mostly on Twitch. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm also mostly on Twitch now, as is the way. Can be worse than the pilot for Rick and Morty. I saw the pilot for Rick and Morty. I That used to be on Channel 101, which was a website that hosted potential TV shows. Oh yeah, we get some pretty cool claw markings going on there. Light would have been better if I had it up here, I guess. All right, guys, be safe. I got a dip. Take care, man. Be safe, and you take care of yourself. And if you can take care of somebody else, take care of somebody else. And remember to praise the Emperor. I feel like these claws are turning out really nicely. I'm super into how they look. Let's clean them up just a little bit there. There we go. Throw a little bit more down here. And then what I'll do is, because I want that Mechanicus standard to get a little brighter, I think I've got some Dawnstone on my desk. If not, it's around here somewhere. Where is it? Not Scavenge Light. Mechanicus standard was nice and bright. Um, Dawnstone would be the color to go to, I think. Dawnstone. You know, you know, I think would be fun, but maybe in a smaller group setting. We did a pizza party, and it was just me, you, and Kale, and like his roommates and his friends. I was thinking something like that, but like order some junk food, maybe watch some old TV shows like Mission Hill, Clone High, and some undergrads. At this point, I'd be willing to throw down for that. Uh, You've had this idea a couple times, and I'm usually down for the idea, but it's just the logistics of figuring out how we're going to make it work. Like, I definitely want to do something of that nature, but schedules conflict quite easily, and then we need a neutral place to do it. Because I know when it was at Kale's place, it was kind of funny, um, and we had a hard time keeping the momentum going. Just using some of this Dawn Stone here just to highlight along the edge of the claws. It was a lot of ram shit going on. It was. And his life hasn't really gotten any less complicated. If I'm being totally honest. I don't hate him. I just, that's the reality of his life. Is it's usually pretty complicated. There's not much to know other than it's just, like I said, it's just complicated. Like he's always got something going on. I mean, that's just always been the nature of Kale. There's nothing wrong with that. Um, but we're all adults now, right? So I think those claws look really cool. Super into that. Black claws. Okay, so now we've done those two things. A lot of our paint has dried up here. A lot of our shading, I should say. So now I'm going to go with our regular formula for doing some stuff, but I want to try something a little different today. So I've got this Leviathan blue. It's been sitting here staring at me. And what I'd like to do is take some of this, and then take my STC brush, if I can grab it, and just make sure my brush is moist, I guess, first. Grab the Leviathan blue contrast, and go over the black. And just give it that little bit of a blue tinge. That blue highlight. See how that looks first. And actually, that's not too bad. Just for the idea that this black armor. Honestly, these days, I'm usually just working and sitting at home. I need to get out of the house to the point I was thinking about just going out to bars or something to pretend to be social. At least then maybe I can order some bar food, but think about doing regular trips maybe 2 or 3 times a month just uptown and finding a place to sit down and eat. It's getting cabin fever. I totally get that. I was that way for a little while too. Um, Eventually cabin fever does, much like burnout, just goes away. It all depends on like what it is you're looking for. The thing that really killed my cabin fever was I did it. I went uptown. I went out to God, what was it called? One of the places uptown, Pomodoro, I think it was, or something. I sat down. I had a beer. This is when I could drink, of course. Um, and I had a pizza, and I was just like, "Oh, there's a lot of people here, but like they're all doing their own thing." And I was like, "Oh fuck, I can't drink now either." Nope, can't drink. Can't enjoy any recreational mediums. I can smoke a cigarette, but that's about it. Or sorry, I can't say that c word on stream. I can have a uh I can have a funny joke stick. Even then, it's very very seldom, very few and far between. It says blue's not giving a lot for the black armor, but it's kind of doing what I wanted to. It's giving that base behind it. People are saying you can't say cigarette on stream. Uh, on YouTube you can't because you get demonetized. I'm not monetized on YouTube or sorry on anything, but I don't want to give you. I don't want to give people the idea that like I'm. Blah, 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 I can't talk today. I don't want to give people the idea that like I'm advocating for smoking as an alternative to other things. I'm just saying that's one of my vices, and uh, you know, it's one of my recreational vices, I should say. We could still do these hooves with the same process we did the claw with. I think that might be cool. While we're waiting for this Leviathan Blue to dry, we might just do that. Yeah, we'll do that. Do you smoke regular cigarettes or e-cigs? I am a enjoyer of the large, thick. What do you call them? There's a fine tobacco product. Cigars, yes. Every now and then they're just nice to have. Sorry, every now and then I enjoy having one. I find that just for moments of luxury, I should say, not so much for regular rotation. I don't actively go out and go, oh, I'll have a bunch of these today. It's more of like a special occasion kind of thing. Kind of weird because I have to get space up in here where I can actually see where I'm putting my paint. It's sort of funny because it's just hard to get into there. There we go. Just around his hooves. Just use Mechanica standard gray on the hooves. I've always been curious as to how they differ from the smaller ones. They don't. Tobacco's tobacco. That's the short answer. Tobacco's tobacco. There's really no difference. One's just as bad for you as the other. There's no good tobacco really. That said, again, not advocating for smoking. That said, um, I just enjoy having larger ones just because it feels like it feels special to me. Just using some of this Dawn Stone here on the wet palette just to highlight the edge of the hooves here. Just going to keep those highlights a little tighter. A little bit more of that Dawn Stone. There we go. Just like that. Cool. That looks good. So now I can do some more highlighting. And the way I'm going to do that is I'm going to grab Incubi Darkness. Now we're back to our norms. So Incubi Darkness is a blue-black. And I'm just going to grab this. I'm going to turn it into chunky highlights. So the way I do that is I grab some right from the pot. Let's get a little bit of green to it. And I'm just going to put on the wet palette and thin it out. Drag it out, just like that. And I'm going to pick any spots that need some of this, like down here. Could definitely use some. Use a chunky highlight all around these little breaks in the armor. Maybe even around the gold itself. I'm being totally honest. I'm putting it just the spots where it's really visible. Very big chunky highlights. But yeah, I'm human just like everybody else. I like my vices. I like to relax in different ways. I've got my own intentions. I've got my own. I'm not perfect. I'm just like you. And you're just like me. IRL, we could be friends. At least I hope so. I hope that if you're painting along, then I haven't alienated you too much, and I hope if you are painting along that this is a relatively relaxing stream. I try to keep this space kind of sane, though I am myself am not quite sane. Just use some more of this Incubi Darkness here, just around the edge of the gold. Just because I saw something yesterday that really I thought was interesting, was someone was doing something similar to this with a Helldrake. I was like, oh, that's cool. Like highlighting along the gold on a Helldrake. I thought looked really sweet. And so I kind of dig it here actually. Nice little highlights. Ooh, my stomach is grumbling. So I've got a couple meal preps in the fridge. I'm going to grab one of them later after stream. But I'm thinking is I got to work out today. I haven't worked out in like a week. I've been meaning to get back into it. I've got a plan. I've been sitting on it for no other reason than I've just felt like I was too busy, but I didn't invest the time into myself, and now I want to. I want to prioritize my health, because painting miniatures is something I want to continue to do. I want to do it for a very, very, very long time. A little more Incubi Darkness up here, just along the gold trim. We can always clean up the gold too, make it shinier in some spots. Cool. That's Incubi Darkness for us. It's already starting to define it and look good. So now we grab our next one, which is Thunderhawk Blue. This is our recipe. We've used Incubi Darkness, Thunderhawk Blue, and then we'll use Fenrisian Gray for the dotted highlights. And this is a layer paint, so I'm going to grab Thunderhawk Blue. I'm going to put it on the wet palette once again, just because I want relatively thin. And I'm just going to keep it razor sharp. And the reason why is because I'm just going to edge highlight just around some of those areas where I did blue. The Incubi Darkness. Not all of them. Not where I've got the gold, but just where they're edges that meet into the light. It's like on the legs here. Kind of hard to see, but try my best here. We go just like that, all on the top. Just a quick swipe. Just like that. Perfect. Now, grab a little bit more, back on the wet palette, thin it out to its razor thin, and then just all along the trim along his chest. Just like that, looks good. And now we get to pick out all those little areas that we saw earlier, where there's just little cracks in the armor. This is where this highlight comes in really handy, because we're just going to highlight them. We want to show that there are cracks in the armor. And that's the end goal. It's just to really represent that there's breaks in the armor here. And we're just keeping a super sharp brush for this. So every place we see one, we're going to highlight, like down here for sure. Just like that. So we want it to be understood that there's broken bits of armor here where he's kind of pushing through. That's starting to look really good. Let my bristles up again. Get some more of that. Again, another tight, sharp highlight. Tight, sharp brush, I should say. Just going along the backpack edges here. Like there's a little spot right here. So we want that tightened up and brightened. And there's actually some spots inside of here along his backpack line. We're just going to give them a quick little brush as well, just to show them off. Again, I'm going to grab a little bit more here, make sure it's all worked into my bristles, and keep it a little thin, but not too thin. Just going to go along the highlight path of the backpack here. Just follow up both sides. These are some of our more defined highlights. And this is really what we're trying to represent here is these colors. Yeah. I'm going to grab some of these spikes and just drag it across. Just like that. Just like that. There we go. Now we get to go with another really sharp one, which is Fenrisian Gray. Which was right here. Uh-oh. It was right here. Where the hell's my Fenrisian Gray? Oh, it's right here. Okay. Fenrisian Gray. And again, it's another layer paint. So what we're going to do is we're going to just get it back on the wet palette like we did earlier. And just trying to keep it as tight and as sharp as I can. I got a little extra flyaway here, so I'm going to grab some scissors. And then just like that. Super tight. I'm just going to find some of these areas here that I could just tip. Right along the edge here, super thin. We just want it to look metallic. So again, just moist. We don't want to over define it too much because it will look rough, but we can clean that up. So I'm not too worried. Really all we're doing is looking for areas of light. So from the edge in, edge in, edge in, edge in. You can't really get too far on the bottom one, so edge in, edge in, edge in the middle out. We're just looking to meet them in the middle. Just like that. So with a little bit on the edges here. Lunaris, I don't know if you heard, but WD-40 is partnering up with King of the Hill. They're releasing something special. They haven't said what yet, but I'm kind of really excited that it might be a holster for a tiny can of WD-40. Yeah, I think if they do release a holster, I might buy it. So those little cracks in the armor look good. A little bit around the edge here. There we go. Looks pretty good. Armor looks really nice. I'm just going to grab some of that gold again from earlier. That Liberator gold. We're just going to make it look, just clean up a little bit. Liberator gold, where are you? Right here. We're not quite done, but we're pretty close to that at this point. And all I'm doing is just making sure that the gold actually comes through on some of these areas, because I got a little blue on it. Just got to be careful how much and where I put the gold. There we go. Perfect. Just highlight a little bit. There we go. Nothing too fancy. There we go. Now we've got to take just a little bit of this like Thunderhawk blue, and I'm just going to go back to where we overdid the Fenrisian gray a little bit. Just come back through and redefine some of the highlight. I might even take a little bit of that Abaddon black. Just go over it just a hair. Just to bring it down a little. Just it's a little less visible. A little less particular. I might need a little bit more Abaddon black in my palette here. Abaddon black, here we go. Well, there's rare scenarios where I've got to redo that highlight again. Super, super rare scenario. Kind of frustrating, but it is what it is. I'll grab some of that Incubi Darkness. I'll just go along where those cracks are. Just like that. And then some of that Leviathan blue. Let's just pull it across. We'll just let it sit there. We won't do the highlight with the Fenrisian gray this time. We'll grab a little bit of this Abaddon black and then just gently punch it into a few areas. Just so it molds back in. There, we don't want it too special. Okay, So we're basically done the sky. The only thing we have to do now is the eyes, which that's gonna be interesting. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna grab some Thulian Gray. This is a layer paint. So I'm gonna grab my layer brush, get some on the palette here, and then oh, my brush isn't thin enough. They're real thin. One is eyes painted with Thulian Gray, just like that. Now the eyes in the back need a little bit more definition, but we'll figure that out in just a second. Because we can do something to define that. I'm not too worried. Okay, so now I'd like to use Volupus Pink. I don't need a lot of it. So I'm going to use my STC brush, get it moist, roll it tight, take just a hair, and just work it right into that spot. Both sides. A little bit more. All I'm doing is just giving it just a little bit of definition. His teeth could use a little bit more definition too, so I'm going to grab some skeleton horde. Maybe actually some Agrix Earthshade would do the trick. I'll use my STC brush again, just because it's got a fine point on it. I'll just put it on the teeth. Yeah. The teeth need a little more definition, so they're going to be funny. I could even paint them black, which I might just do. I might just paint the teeth black. My fears are impossible to see, though. Try some with Thulian Gray, maybe that will highlight the teeth better. Oh yeah. I'll grab some more of that Thulian Gray. And we'll just go right in for the eyes yet again. So I'm going to grab my 10-0 by Army Painter. And then just dot the eyes again. It's moist, so it's going to be a little heavy, but that's okay. It'll thin itself out. Especially when I just pull it straight off, just like that. So it goes in thick, and then we put it on. Now I get to use a little Mephiston Red. Just like that. Nobody's in the chat here. What happened? 4 viewers, okay. We're just hanging out. Alright. Grab some of that Mephiston Red. I'm just gonna get it on my paper towel here. And then just gently dab it into the eye socket. Oh god, that looks so bad. It needs a little attention. A little more than I'm giving it. Really hard with faces, because with helmets you have a very clear location for it, but with faces it's just generalized. I have to grab a little bit of this bone color here, just to a long cheek line. This is Flay One Flesh we're using. Just highlighting along the cheek line again. Cool. All right. So last step for the eye is just a touch of Fire Dragon Bright. Like, I mean, like a literal dot of it. Just like that. Oh, gosh. Okay. Looks pretty good, I would think. All we gotta do is the base. The teeth can stay white, I feel. Like, if I do any more, they'll just get a hand. So now we get to do the effects. So what do the effects look like? Okay. So the effects, we're really gonna pour onto it. I'm gonna be right back, though. And we'll get into it. I am return. Get my water. There we go. Oh yeah, remint. Arr. Okay. Um, let's see here. Oh, I'll be right back. Actually, I just had some mail delivered. Sorry about that. I had a mug come in the mail that I've been waiting on. The mug is very important. It's from a family member, so we've been hoping to get it. Hmm. That's it. I'm fully invested in this again. Okay, so we left off talking about some really cool stuff. We had planned to put onto this some more, maybe a little more color. We could use some Magos purple on this. I think I might do that. Grab just a tiny bit of Magos purple and just do it on this as if it's like painful that it's these colors, or painful that it's been happening to him. I like the idea that it's like gotten disgusting and bruised skin and flesh. So that's my intent, is to try and make it look more intimidating looking, more dangerous, more challenging, more painful that he's transforming into this creature. Again, Bruce skin has that, you know, purple hue to it. Okay, so we did that. So now we can start focusing on the base here. Now the rock is just gray. That can just stay the way it is. But we've got some of this cotton torn up. What I might do is I'm going to take some PVA glue. We're just going to tear up all this little bits of cotton, as much as we can. Try to keep some semblance of space on it. Grab my PVA glue. Just put it all around. And I'm just going to grab not my dry brush, but I've got a texture brush here. I'm just going to move out this... Oh, okay. Move out some of this PVA glue a little bit. All around the base. All I'm doing is just filling in all the little areas to get smooth, just to get it nice and totally smooth. Just like that. Rinse off. There. Now I can take some of this cotton ball and just sort of lay it across. Almost like a mist. And so I'm just putting it on kind of haphazardly and then pushing it down in. What that does is it causes it to stick up a little bit, which is the intent. I want it to stick up in certain areas. It doesn't look like much right now, but it will dry. When it dries, it'll have that effect that we're looking for. I'll put this under Steam Completed Minis. Stream Completed Minis a little bit later. There we go, just like that. And just keep pushing it in. Just because I want them to stand upright a little bit. And that mist should work really well once the PVA starts to dry. So while that's drying, I'm going to take some blood for the blood god, which I've got just over here. I'm going to grab my base brush. not layer, my base brush for base paints. I'm just going to dab it kind of on his talons here. Just all around. I'm going to put some right around the edges of where these talons are coming out of as well. Just a super thin coat. Now we still haven't addressed the eyes, and we're going to have to come back to them real quick here and just think about how we want to address those. Because they certainly need addressing. I'm just highlighting around the plugs right now. A couple other little areas. Any place I could use some blood, really. I'm actually just painting with blood for the blood god at this point, but it's to really help redefine some of these colors. Re-moisten my bristles. So I'll just grab a little bit more. Take some off. I'm just going to find little areas here that look like they've been really pressed out. Like they've got a lot of definition to them. Just kind of over defining them. There we go. Just like that. I'm going to put some up here at the tip of his little mantis arm. Now I get to do something fun. I'm going to go grab some Uhu glue. Why Uhu glue? Uhu glue is special. So the composition of it has a lot of chains of polymer. So when we take it, we turn upside down on our wet palette here, just to the dry side, dry palette side. We take, see, it's already starting to do this thing. We can put a little bit right here, just like that. We don't need much. We just need a little. And I'm going to take some. Oh, it's already starting to string out. Take some blood for the blood god. Put it right next to it. We're not going to put it on. We're just going to put it right next to it because this will ruin our brush because it's really good glue. I'm going to take our palette here and just mix the two together. What that's going to do is it's going to create this like globules. We want those because what happens is we take these, start the globule here, and we can run the globule between. It dries out very quickly. It doesn't take much. Again, it's very good glue. All we're looking for is a little bit more of that blood for the blood god. Just to mix in. Just to thin it out a little. See it already drying out on the wet palette here. Or on the dry palette, rather. So, I'll grab a little more Uhu glue, because that seems like a lot, but it's okay. Uhu glue. Again, we'll just mix it together real quick. Doesn't need to be perfect, just needs strings like this. Because what we're trying to do is just get it, and it smells like jet fuel too. We do have to be slow. We do have to be careful. Because we're trying to create this like mucusy sort of design. And it will continue these strings for us. That's the nice thing. But we just have to be, like I said, just careful. Just slow. Because the polymer chains will dry on their own. There we go. That's all we need, really. Good evening, Simple Dots. How are you? I was wondering when you're going to get here. How are you doing today? Doing great. Start prepping garden. Nice. I think you're on day 6, 7 of prepping the garden up. How's that going, by the way? You must have a good chunk of the fence up now. Was digging a site for strawberries. Ah, okay. I'm just finishing up the basing here on this guy's, well, I guess his base. So far, we've got a lot of the really gross details on him, and just letting the base dry right now because he's got PVA on the base, just some school glue, and I've got some cotton on it. So I'm letting the cotton and the PVA dry, and I'll show the detail underneath. But that's going to take quite a few minutes. So while it's drying, we can actually start on the next guy that we have in our line. Oh, what a Wednesday. It's a busy. Actually, you know what we didn't do is I was going to come back and redefine these eyes that are on. Whoops. Redefine the eyes that are on the back of the backpack a little bit, and I just wasn't sure what to do with them. I've been meaning to ask, have you had any time for Mortarion? I need something to redefine these eyes a little bit. I was using Hopgrot hide. Um, I think I put Knobgrot. It might be Hopgrot. I put Knobgrot. Hopgrot. There we go. Not really. Well, that's fine. I mean, you'll get back to them eventually. The garden's the most important thing, right? Because you got to get that stuff. Because you only have like a very limited time to get that going. I think what I might do. Too many things to do. Exactly. I feel that, man. A million things under the sun. Can't do them all. Grab some of this Uriel yellow. I'm just going to do just the inside of these eyes. Oh, that's perfect. The yellow and white. Holy crap. I'm going to have to grab a little bit more Abaddon Black just to redefine that dot. You know, we might even not do a dot here. I might do like a cat's eye kind of color or kind of shape. I like the dot right now, though. There we go. That looks pretty sickly to me. Tomorrow we're planting 54 bushes of strawberries. Need to plant 5 fruit trees, raspberries, and mini veggies. Oh my god, man. Props to you. It takes a certain kind of willpower to be able to do all that. Myself, I haven't got it. But kudos to you, dude. Right on. Are you hoping to make wine with the strawberries? Or is it just going to be just to have strawberries? More strength than willpower. So much digging in dirt. Absolutely. We've got to dig, like, long trenches for this stuff, right? You could use a tiller, but a tiller would be expensive, and you really only need it, like, the one time, so... And then you gotta haul it all the way out there and then all the way back, if you rent it. Fresh, jams, wines, nice. Strawberry wine, when I could drink, was one of my favorite wines. That and green apple wine. Used to love green apple wine. The strawberry wine is really, really nice. Clean up my paints for a second here. I bought another Abaddon Black, but still want to keep this one going as long as I can, if I can. May not be able to, but it's these chunky bits at the end that just make these paints like impossible to close. And then the hinge itself gets in the way too, right? There we go. I think it's just gonna be you and I today. Um, there was a couple people in here earlier, but it's been pretty quiet. I started stream earlier, and you're wondering on Bruce Skin. Yes, Bruce Skin. I love Bruce Skin. Um, I think I got it pretty close to what I need to with the purple. Because I want the skin to look bruised. Oh, this guy. Yeah. So I bruised my hand yesterday. I don't know how. I just kind of, whoops. I woke up with like a bruise on my hand too. Super weird. Just a tiny bit of yellow in there. Like I could add some knobgrod, actually, if I wanted to do a little bit of that. It's kind of funny. I was saying Simple Dots isn't here. That's weird. He's usually here. And I told Tab, I said, you're gonna have to dock him a day's channel points. I'm kidding. I would never do that to you, man. But I just thought it was funny at the time. A little bit of yellow there, just on highlights for the skin. Excuse me, just using some knobgrot just to put it in different areas, just to really make it gross. I mixed Carba Crimson, Dragonhof Nightshade, and Galvorback Red 1 to 1 and like 8 drops of Lime Immune to make glaze. Nice! That's actually a really good medium. A really good process. What I was doing was I was using Volupus Pink. So I put down a layer of Flame One Flesh, and then I threw Volupus Pink over the whole thing, and kept thinning it out using my STC brush, my synthetic. And then once that dried, I took Magos Purple and I started pushing that in the corners, and I got this like stretched kind of like bruised skin. And then I started adding like Agrix Earthshade over the whole thing, and it just toned it down really nicely. I think I I think I got kind of what I was looking for with it, which is super sick. I just wanted gross, like as gross as I could get it, like disgusting. And I think we got there in the end. I really want that base to dry because what's beneath it is there's like a bunch of swirls of like the void, but I have to wait for it to dry because right now it's just white. I'm using white PVA glue instead of clear PVA glue. But I'll put this guy off to the side to dry for now, and we can hop into our next guy. Before I put a base on him, I want to finish rimming him in black. So I got a choice between kind of these two guys. This guy's got some flames on him. This guy doesn't, but he's got this big like claw and like this tail to him. So I'm kind of torn. What do you think, man? Should we do Clawboy, Mr. Krabs, or the Spiderkin? I'm kind of digging the Spiderkin, honestly. Actually, while we're thinking about it, just because it just crossed my mind, I didn't highlight the clothing on him. Crab is always superior. Crab it will be then. Right before I get into that, just because I'm wishy-washy today, I'm gonna grab some of that Mephiston red. And I'm just gonna grab my base brush here. Oops. It's a big week for a lot of people right now. I feel like it's a lot of people are busy right now. Uh, I suppose it makes sense because spring is kind of going on right now, and people are getting ready for things. I know we still have some prep to do around the house here to get ready for kind of spring. We started doing our spring cleaning. And the commissar has been busy, busy, busy doing like sheets and things. Crab is a water spider, basically. That's true, huh? Yeah, I guess it is true. Holy shit! Yeah, crab is a water spider. Jesus, huh? Son of a bitch. The funny thing is, I guess I thought that, but like hearing someone else say it, like, yeah, it kind of is a water spider. There we go. That makes me feel more comfortable having that part done. A little bit back here too. There we go. Now he's warp adjacent. There we go. I got a huge list of colors here that I had to just start scrolling just because it got so obscenely out of control with how many colors we have. And that's for one mini. That's a single mini. Man, crab it is. Crab time. Oh, he's cool too. He's got like a skull and stuff around him. That's sick. I didn't even notice that the first time I grabbed him. I just was like, I think we're doing this one. All right, I'm gonna grab some black, throw it on the palette. So we need a lot of it, I think. I have a great urge to paint Morty, but not much time. I know that, man. You know what? I had this moment 2 nights ago. I've been 3D printing and designing a paint rack for my non-Citadel paints. And I've been iterative with it. And here's how it is so far. So the idea is that it holds 28 of my Army Painter paints, and it's push fit. So I designed this. I'll pull off one of the sides here, this side. And the idea is that it just sits on its own bearings. So it sits straight up, which it does very well. And the fittings are just press fit in. So I can just grab it, press fit there and there, and it fits quite well. It does a good job sitting upright by its own. No problem there. The thing is, though, is that my tolerances are just not as good as they could be. Like right here is fine. Like it's a little tight, but it kind of fits. But down here, it just will not fit. It needs like a whole millimeter or two. So I've got to redesign it so there's another millimeter behind it at the very least. And I started to. Oh yeah, see it just slipped right out. I couldn't get that back in if I tried. Now I can slide it back in. And kind of that's my goal now, is to get it to work correctly, so I can just glue it at least later on. But where I'm going with this conversation is like, I was up till 2 a.m. last night because I had started this and I was like, oh, it's not a big deal, just try a couple things out. And then when it kind of did this like didn't fit thing, I was like, ah, fuck, it just doesn't. And I get sitting in bed and I was like, oh, I should go do it. I should go fix it. I should do this. And the commissar told me like, just go to sleep. I was like, yeah, I will, I will. And I was like, oh, I can't sleep now. I need this to look right. I need to fit. I need to make sense in my head. So, so I've started redesigning it as a result of that. Um, so I totally understand that mindset of like, I have the urge to do it, but not a lot of time, and you just end up feeling like incomplete. And I assure you, it's more sensible to get the sleep. More sensible to get the rest, without question. I'll grab my base brush here and just get my bristles moist and start on the black. In case you were thinking about staying up late, I mean. Yeah. Same with like, I started doing Sororita Sundays just to start working through the Sororitas, and I was talking to the commissar about it too, and I think we need to start theming some of these days around certain things. Um, because as much as it is entertaining to sit and watch Chaos Warriors be painted every single day, and Chaos Legionnaires, and Chaos this, Chaos that, like, that's good. Yeah, I enjoy doing it, but I feel like you guys might be getting bored of it. I missed that stream, was late for no, unfortunately. No worries, man. I got the uh VOD up on the channel. Actually, I can show you a little preview of what it looked like. Um because I used this as my secondary starting screen. So there was always like it was meant to be like influencer sororita kind of thing. And we had, is this the right? No, that's not the right one. This one, and it was this image right here. So it looked like that the whole time. This was today's. And then I had like a white bob cut for a costume for Exhaustus. It was a lot of fun. We sat and listened to like uh pop music from the 90s, early 2000s kind of thing. Such a shame. It was great. It was great. Actually, one sec, I'll go get that playlist. I'll throw some of that on, just so you can understand how the stream kind of went. Let's see, playlists. This is kind of what we were listening to the whole time. Can't say the song name. Calling Dr. Phallic. Oh Jesus! Welcome back to the stream, Lunaris. How you doing, dude? You've just been lurking. Right on. I'll play this song you're talking about next. I think I can. Can I play that song on Twitch, or will they blow me into the orbit? I don't see why not. Sweet. It's just a song, right? Exactly. I have a splitter. That's right. Yes. Just throwing some Abaddon Black here on the bass. A little bit more water in there just to get thin. So this was Sister Spent on Sunday. It was so fire. It really was. So he's slowly becoming one of his armor. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to block out the colors I can. You just wanna have. So just painting the black on. Why is it not clicking? One sec. There we go. So this is a little song called Dr. Dick. I'm just gonna turn it down a little. Hey, sometimes I really want to play Minecraft. I mean, Minecraft's a lot of fun. I haven't played Minecraft in a little while. God, it's been forever since I played Minecraft. Dick. Come on, please help me, Dr. Dick. Life I'm sick. But it's like I end up playing it and I get burnt out after a month. I mean, that's Minecraft, right? You kind of have to have like a goal in mind when you're playing it. Like I always go in with it like I'm going to build a warehouse. So I'm doing all the color blocking on the block here today because there's so much area here that needs to be blacked out. Dick. What an odd song. The hard part about this armor too is that like some of it's black and some of it's just like just coming off of him because he's molded with it. Like he's becoming one with the machine because he's possessed, right? He's warped. So it's like, how do you represent that in a way that is a cross between the two? And I think I have a plan for it. My plan is that um, I'm going to paint Flay One Flesh on the skin, and then use Black Legion to try and mold them together. And that's kind of my thought. And that way they should transition really nicely. Oh, music stopped. It's very quiet in here. You guys ever okay? Have you guys ever been in like a department store, like a store of any kind, when the music stops? It is dead silent and it's super weird. It's almost like you shouldn't even be in the room when like the music stops. It's so weird. Not in this one. I mean, this one you're always welcome, but like when you're in like a grocery store and like the music goes off, it's like ooh, it's just terrifying. And it always freaks me out too because I've had it happen like 2 or 3 times in my lifetime. One time when I was working at Walmart, the whole store lost power because I think it was like a rainstorm or whatever. Or there's something wrong with the grid, and the store went dead silent. And I was like, oh, like what do we do? Well, this guy's cool. He's got some eyes poking out through the armor. So I'll do is I'll actually I'm gonna avoid doing a lot of the color blocking on this one. And I think about it because I want those eyes to come through. So yeah, I'm gonna avoid color blocking some of this. This side might be okay though. We still need to figure out what to do for a base for this guy too. The other one we kind of have a base idea for. Because we did well. The other one we had a base idea for, which was the warp, and I sort of like the idea that they're coming through the warp. But this guy's standing on something very obvious, so we sort of need a little bit more in line with that. I'm not going to be able to get around painting a lot of this gold, so I'm going to have to just paint it gold. Or not get around painting some of it black, so I'm going to have to paint a lot of it black. That's what I mean. I'm fried. I'm fried like an egg. Linares, I'm kind of surprised that you're still awake. That's interesting. I thought you would have been in bed by now because you do you work tonight or do you have the day off? These I'm going to keep black, I think. We're just going to highlight the crap out of them. Me? Simple dots? Yeah. Do you have the simple? Do you have the day off too? Simple dots. I was wondering if Lunaris had it off today because he normally is asleep at this time of day. But actually, you would normally be asleep right about now too. Did you get the day off, or did you like work all day and then like still work on the garden? Because that's great. Like that's having that kind of strength and willpower is admirable. Like I wish I had that kind of like I wish I had that much willpower. I barely have enough willpower to remember to work out half the time. Actually, I'm supposed to work out today. Now I woke up at 5 a.m., 6 a.m. to 2 p.m. Jesus. And then 4 p.m. to 7 p.m. Digging. Oh my god, dude. Kudos to you, man. Simple dots. Simple as that. Simple dots. That's impressive. Like I said, that's you're right. That is sheer willpower and the absolute strength behind that. I mean, you said yourself like you did a crap load of kettlebell exercises, and like clearly it shows you could do that much that long. Holy crap! Congrats. I would be terrified to get into a fight with you. I'll put it that way. I'm pretty sure you would crush me like a twig. Okay, so here's the fun thing: is that that's basically all I can do for black on this guy. Still like 2 hours before bed, to be honest. Damn, you're like a machine, dude. I would be utterly exhausted by now. Like I would be like, you couldn't even ask me to go to the bathroom. I'd have to just like wheel me there, you know? Sipping on my monster. Oh man. Okay, so next is some Flay One Flesh. Just because I want to start this process of getting as much of the skin tone down. Yeah, I'm just starting with Flay One Flesh because it's really easy to make it look really sickly. It is a layer paint, so I'm going to switch over to a layer brush. And I've got a big pile of it right here. I'm just going to keep adding to that pile. And then add a little water. Not much, just a little bit, just to thin it out. There we go. Where do I put this? Where do I put this? All around, let's start on the legs. And we'll just go over it with gold a little bit later because I just need a lot of that Flame One flesh on. Because the weird thing about these like Chaos Possessed is that they go between like the flesh and the armor, and this guy especially. So I'm not too worried about the black, not super worried about the gold, because the gold will just do over top of it, and won't you won't even notice it really until after it's all done, and that will really come through. There we go. This is the start of the Flame One flesh, and I'll put this all over the legs here too. Inside somewhere the plug suit goes, because this sculpt is really cool. Like they just started blending them together, and they don't look super different from one another, which is even really weirder. Weirder? Really weird. I don't engage in fights. I'm a peaceful tank. Peaceful tank. You show up and you don't start fights. You end them. Almost like a monk. It's like, oh, I didn't come here to fight, but if I must, well, I'm just going to win. It's funny when I played Dungeons and Dragons. Um, last time I played was about 2, 3 years ago. No, Christ, it'd be 9 years ago now. Oh my God, seems like yesterday because I was in community college when it happened. Um, I used to play as a kobold, quite literally the raccoon of the Dungeons and Dragons world. I loved it. I thought it was great. I like being a kobold. It's a lot of fun. Like you're kind of humanoid, but also not really. You're more of a monster than anything. I was the smartest kobold, so I had like an intelligence of like 4. I was smart enough to breathe, and that's about it. Everything else was instinctual. There is some armor here at the base that I'm seeing, so I'll have to deal with that next. Although it does look adjacent to armor, so uh, yeah, I'll have to paint around here and the claws. They're just poking up from the sides. They're very manipulated and twisted, like looking chaos possessed. Like it's so grimdark, it fits so perfectly into the setting. It makes me wish that like Death Guard looked more like this, just because it's so broken and destroyed. And like Death Guard is so like depressing looking, which I love too, because it's just the dark side of the grimdark. Whereas everything else is like we're gonna fight and we're gonna be military, or in the same thing with like Krieg, because Krieg stuff too, like Death Corps or Krieg. Oh, I've gotten really into that lately. Um, I blame Chalupa Batman for getting me into it, but it's so grimdark for the setting, which is just so perfect. Like the idea like there is no end of war, and those guys really are like there's no end of war. Space Marines are cool, but like when they really deep like dive into the other stuff, that's what I love about this stuff. That's why I want to paint like some Conflict 47, or like really paint into some Trench Crusade eventually. I'm just doing the arms now with some of that Flame One flesh. Just trying to get it over everything that I can. I'll worry about cleaning it up later. First things first, just get the paint on. God, the nice thing too is that painting this guy up reminds me of painting my Demon Prince, just because the way the hands are. Oh, it's so cool. It's like, where does the hand end? Where's the armor begin? Ah, crack my wrist. How much do you have left to do on Mortarion 2? I remember you left off with the cloak having been repainted. Re-wetting the paint here just so I can get it thin. Still haven't finished it. It's shaded. Just needs highlights. Right on. I've kind of changed my process with how I do shading now is I do the shading, then do the highlights. I was doing it the other way around, like doing the highlights, then shading the whole model. But I found that like that was toning down my highlights a little too much. So I've kind of get into the habit of doing the opposite way, like you've got it now. Like how you do shading, then do the highlights. It bleeds much nicer. And also you get better control over the highlights too. Like we did it with the last model there, which his base is still drying, but I'm worried it's drying too much, if that makes sense. Like the PVA is still white, and I don't know if that's the cotton. Put him on camera for now. There we go. There we go. Bunch more of this. Just more water. No wrong answers here with the blade one flesh. Just getting over all over the model. All the hands. Realistically, I could have started with a Wraithbone base, I think. Just kind of dancing around all that Flay One flesh. Just getting it to one defined smooth layer. There we go. Let's just do these antlers while I'm up here. He's also got some spikes sticking on him too, which is kind of cool. It has this thing in the front too, which I also want to make look really gross and sickly. I think this might be a great time to use like Mortician Grime on this. Oh, crack my chest. Just realized might be hard to see. There we go. Got black on the bottom. There we go. Perfect. Just like that. That looks good so far. A little bit more down here. So this needs some colorant. I'm not being careful with the flame on flesh either. I could be, but I'd rather not be. I'd rather just get the flame on flesh on. And just let it just take over everything. Just because it'd be a nice thin layer when it goes on, and then we'll start blending them together with the black. Oh, pulling some off of my fingers there. Oh, what a day. It's days like this where it's like, it's springtime, it's like getting so much closer to summertime that like everything's really coming together. And like I find that like people are starting to get busier. I know I'm getting busy. It's not like in the wintertime. Wintertime things calm down, which is really odd because I'm used to it not. But it's just been calm this year, which is was interesting. And now with summer just like around the corner, like there's just so much to do. Putting a bunch of this flayed flesh across the hands again. Like I'm excited for what's coming. I think that's what I mean because it seems like this year is going to be big. Like we've had surprisingly mild winter. Summer doesn't look like it's going to be too bad. Shouldn't rain like it did last year. I forgot to do a whole spike on his hand. The spike itself will end up painted black and we'll do the highlight to it, but so far it's just getting the Flame One Flesh treatment just so it sort of blends in. Oh, I can't forget to do a shoulder pad either. So the shoulder pad's going to get painted Flame One Flesh as well. Add a little bit of water just to smooth it out. And I want those eyes to really pop out like they're coming out of the armor. So that's where we're starting from there. And again, we're just getting it just covered in the skin tone. Just in all the sickly looking areas. And we'll blend it down and we'll make it more grotesque. Grotesque is the aim. Oh man, there we go. Wait for that to dry a little bit. Keep the paint moving the whole time. Make sure the bristles are nice and moist. There we go. A little more of that Flay One Flesh. Mix it down to the water. Just keep pushing it around. Just trying to get it, like I said, just as a thin coat. Doesn't need to be particularly thin, but thin enough that like it looks smooth. Just adheres right to the model. It fills in all the little gaps that we miss. It looks like it's kind of veiny too, which is sort of perfect for what this is going to end up looking like. Which isn't much right now, but we'll come back to this and it'll just look better and better and better. Now I found out yesterday. I ended stream yesterday, and I had to run to an appointment yesterday, and I promised to take a progress picture, and I just didn't. I said I would take it later on the night, and I ended up getting busy, like really insanely busy. Just I just was a ton of stuff going on. Like I said, it's the busiest time of year for me right now, I guess. I didn't realize it at the time, but it is. So before we end stream here, I'm going to take photos of these guys, and we'll post them into in progress. So that seems like the fairest thing to do. I was going to wait till they were dry, but It's more sensible to do it this way, more reasonable. There we go. These are looking good. That's good so far. That said, we are coming close to the end of the stream here, so it's time to reflect. So what does that mean? So, what a day. We have this guy basically coated and ready. He needs to dry out, but just so we could see where we need to throw a little bit more paint, but so far he's looking good. And this guy, he's basically done, but we've got a lot of this glue left to dry because you could see through it. Some of it's coming through, but the rest of it's just kind of hanging on. And I need a lot of that to come up, so I'm purposely grabbing and tugging and pulling up this cotton in different areas, hoping for it to just move along, just so it doesn't settle in any weird shapes. I kind of got the idea for using cotton here from Teb. Just pull a little bit off here, just because I got a little much. If it doesn't work out, we can always peel it off and try something else. I'm just looking for warp adjacent. And some fog. A little bit of stuff in there. And that looked really good. Again, that'll dry out and it'll look a lot better. We finished up the eyes on the back of the backpack. We finished up the edge highlighting and the little blood details. They turned out really cool. So, while I get a chance here, I'm going to take our white background. Thank you again, Civil Dots, for giving me the suggestion to use this. Put that back up there. I'm going to start by taking some in-progress pictures of all these drying. There. Oh, he's just big enough for this. So I'm going to bring the light down here. Grab my phone. So I use my phone for this. Actually, right off my phone is like a business expense. Can you imagine? Yeah, I use it to take pictures. Oh, you know what? I need my other little light because I've got another little light that I use here as well. This thing. And I'll pop that up here. I'll take this light and put it off to the side. Actually, I need this light adjusted just a little bit so it adds some contrast in color without being too much. So I'll put that right there, I think. And like one of the things I learned about this hobby recently was that one of the ways that people make their minis look really good is, and it does come down to lighting. If you have very good lighting and very good like photos, it'll take a mini and elevate it from where you think it is to where it actually ends up being. And what I mean by that is like sometimes these sort of like photos, if you have a photograph that doesn't really sell what it is you want your mini to look like, it can be the defining change between something you're really proud of and something that you still think needs more work. There we go. That's pretty good. And this guy, there's no great way to show him off, but I'll try. He's not yet based. Whew. Okay. All right. Oh, lights are moving around on me. Oh, what a day! What a day. So what happened today? Well, today we worked through both those minis. One is, like I said, almost done. The other one is in progress, and we're just kind of waiting for them to dry. So there's not much I can do with them in the last few minutes of stream here. But tomorrow, what are we doing? Tomorrow we are working on this guy definitely. Tomorrow's our Thursday stream. It's kind of our get ready for look back. So it's if we're all ready by Thursday and we're all good, then we move into Friday having a fantastic week behind us, which I'm super excited for because we're pretty well on that path right now. Um, and we have a few other things that I want to start thinking about. So Sundays are our sister Sundays, and oh no, I just remembered. Yes, okay. So if you're still here, thank you, because this is a really important point. Is that Friday is our orc stream. Oh, so it's gonna be a really long, like our marathon speed run stream. It's gonna be 16 hours of us uh, finishing up the orcs because oh my god, do I have to finish those orcs? And so Thursday we kind of got to get through this guy and get him at least done on Thursday so we can get ready for Friday because Friday is just orcs, 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 orcs. Good. Yes, 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 yes. Yes, 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 yes. You must be pretty close to your channel point goal by now. And so, like, I got to get the desk prepared for that. So, Thursday hopefully won't be a short stream. Thursday, we're going to finish up this guy for sure. And as soon as stream ends Thursday, I've got a game Thursday at like 4:15 to connect to over the tipping point. Right on. Um, Thursday, I've got a AOS game, so I'll do a battle report once that's done as well. And then I've got to get this desk ready because Friday, like I said, is our orc stream. So I've got to get together another playlist of music that's going to be kind of wonky. 23,800. Oh, maybe I should change the total to 24,000 then. Uh, you imagine. Just move the goalpost last second. That'd be so mean. Oh, actually, I'm gonna move to our end credits screen real quick here. We'll just keep talking. Okay, so yes, tomorrow's our last orc. Well, sorry, next orc stream. Orc stream. After that, we may not do another orc stream until that's cheating. I know I won't cheat. I won't change the goalpost. That'd be terrible. That'd be mean. Show up to stream and it's like 20,000 points higher. That'd be terrible. No, I'm committing to the 23,000. I said I was. I'm 100% in on it. It's 23,000 points. So if you got more than that now, then wait for a good time tomorrow. Wait for that paint to be brown. Wait for it to be black. Wait for it to have mica powder in it. Because it will. It will look like every color under the sun if you just mixed it together. So, hmm. um, what else? Well, I'm going to change my volume a little bit here, just so I'm not peeking all the time into the red. There we go. Sorry about that. I'm going to enable voice alerts too, so if anyone redeems bits, then they can send a message on stream. Or if they redeem so many channel points, they can redeem for a message to be on screen as well that I can pay attention to and listen to. So I'll figure that one out tonight, tomorrow, and we'll get it ready for Scream. Jesus Christ, it's gonna be a fun stream. Anyway, it's gonna be a fun stream. That's the end of the goal. Um, we still have some Gretchens to do. We still have to do our war boss. Like he's still assembled and waiting for a coat of paint. Actually, I'm gonna prime him tonight to get ready for Friday. So Friday when we come into this, we'll have him primed and be ready for that paint job. We assembled him last month, but this ride is gonna be big. It's gonna be really, really big. We're gonna do a lot of new things, some new tech, some new quality of life stuff. It's gonna be super exciting. Um, And the most important thing is that's going to be fun. I plan for the next Oops All Orc stream will be, it won't be April and it probably won't be May because I've got to go to Toronto in May, unless it's early May. I'm still talking with the commissar about it because she wants me to be careful to burn out on that, and also she wants to have some time to get ready for it too. So it'll either be early May or maybe June. And if it's in June, I'll get another box of orcs and we'll work through that on an orc stream. Though we may start doing Blitzkrieg streams as well. This is just spitballing ideas now, but I want to get in some Krieg stuff, and there's a lot of guys that you get for really cheap. I mean, a lot of guys you get for really cheap. Same with the Chaos Cultists. You get a lot of them for really cheap too. So who knows? Everything's on the table right now. Nothing's off the table. There's no wrong answers. Anyway, I look forward to seeing you guys tomorrow when we work through more of our Chaos Spawn, our Chaos Possess, sorry. But until then, remember to praise the Emperor. And we're gonna find somebody to raid. I think somebody's online, so let's go take a peek, see who could use a little help. I'm gonna snooze that last ad because there's no point in running an ad this late into the Twitch. I'm gonna just surprise somebody. I'm not gonna tell them I'm coming. I'm just gonna find them. Let's see who is doing miniatures. Let's see. Is there anyone who's nice and small that could use a little helping hand? Who would like to have some people come view them? Creative. Uh, why is it not letting me do any more? Oh, I'm already in creative. Okay. Um, I need to go to miniatures. Oh, what happened there? That's interesting. I'm in creative and there's only 3 options for channels. That's interesting. Someone's doing Chaos Dwarves. That's kind of neat. His name is Chris Rose. He's a hobbyist. Let's go say hi to him. And remember to view him. Remember to follow him because he's got quite a few viewers right now. He's got 18, I think, 17. We're just gonna surprise him because he's hyper focusing. Anyway, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Oh, not raids. Whoops, I gotta spell the word right. It's slash raid, not slash rad. There we go. I got 3 viewers ready, and we're gonna hop over there in 3, 2, 1.